Hello guys. Let me take a listen to the mic as well myself. 1, 2, 3, 4. It still sounds about the same as when I did it yesterday. So I don't know. Yeah, I did delete the VOD, so if any VOD watchers are curious about what the fuck I'm talking about, is that I tried streaming yesterday, but my mic went all fucked. And as a result, I kind of had to end the stream to try and fix it, so... I hate this map. It's way too difficult to build momentum with all the fucking pits. I don't even know what the luck stat does in this game. What's the point of that? But that's really also the thing. Like, this game as a whole is just something that I've not taken very serious. Like, most of the boosts and stat, I guess I should say items, I just don't really understand. Because I just pick them. I'm just kind of here for the gameplay at the moment while waiting for queues. I have a basic understanding, I suppose, but I didn't really bother reading all the item tooltips. I am nearing rank 10 Apollo, guys. I do need to see if I can get the rank 10. Like, I just passed rank 10, meaning I still have like 200 worshippers to go. So I don't think I'm going to be farming Apollo enough to the point where I'm getting it today. But I do want to see if I can get some Apollo games in to at least close that distance. Just a little bit. And let's be real, what the fuck else am I supposed to play, man? I don't know what to play. I'm still there. Speaking of, is Scylla actually, does he have an aspect? It was Friday. I didn't really keep up on everything. I haven't played much since Scylla came out. But usually if they get an aspect, they would get it on the Friday coming after the release of the god. But I guess not. I do hope the queue isn't going to be too long though. At least this kind of breaks the last few days in that I would get an insta queue and then it would get dodged and then I'm still going to sit in 5 to 10 minute queue. Maybe I'll be even more unlucky today. Maybe it's still going to be a dodge after this 6-minute queue. Alright, let's see. At least I know some people in this. I like my usual first games. I'm sorry, Jugador. My jungle might be just as bad as what yours potentially is. It's the one role I legitimately cannot play. I have never been able to play. I just don't enjoy it. I can't focus in it. Jungle is way too high maintenance for me. You gotta be everywhere. I'll ban the acne. I gotta get used to it.
Select your god.
Apollo it is. It's gonna be some silly jungle bullshit again. From the looks of it on the enemy team. Unless this Ra is somehow going somewhere else. I've been seeing so much Scylla jungle that I cannot tell if it's actually good or not. Because I feel like it wouldn't be that good into something like, I guess, someone who knows how to just play into it. Because to me, it's like you're picking like Acne or some shit for jungle, you know? Though I suppose that's a bad example, because that might be good in jungle, considering how good he is at the moment. Yeah, it's gonna be the Scylla jungle. It seems. Interesting. Who is that gonna be then? I've only seen like 2 people play it. But maybe it's spreading. Alright, let's see. This kind of seems like Artemis Ymir is kind of rough if I don't have beads, but Shell, I think I need Shell. Like, Odin is one thing, but adding Ymir onto it. Oh, Kai's also playing it. That makes sense.
That'll come in handy.
Alright, let's do this. I already had a friend test the mic, but I hope that it sounds better today for everyone. For the few people that stopped by yesterday in the disastrous event that occurred. My mic definitely betrayed me yesterday.
Come raise your blade.
I don't know, it might be the heat maybe that affected it or something. I don't even know. I don't know why it would do it. Just randomly being static. Hopefully it doesn't happen again, but if it does, I will probably just buy a mic instantly. A new one. And try and figure something else out. The thing is, right now this is my headset mic. I'm still a bit old school when it comes to that. Realistically, I would like a wireless headset so that I could... well, I should say, usually wireless headsets have terrible mics, which is why I don't want to just buy a new one for that. But I do want a wireless mic and then an actual microphone that, you know, like a stand with a stand, for hopefully that it could sound a bit better, a bit more clear. So we can go full ASMR. But so far I've just been content with what I have, because this is surprisingly still a good mic, considering it's just a normal headset mic. Where is my opponent? Is he hiding from me?
Enemy missing. Okay.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing.
Let's just do both of these, I guess. Oh, wait, what? It's Scylla?
Enemy spotted.
Okay.
No, I don't think it's supposed to be Scylla. It is supposed to be... Wait, what? Maybe it is.
Okay, okay. The war is won. Attack left lane.
Okay.
Enemy spotted. Be careful, right.
You're so sexy. Cancel that.
You're so sexy. Skin's got a great voice pack. Lucky for me, he jumped early. Still don't think I die, because Scylla doesn't really have much damage output this early. Still here. You're gonna go away, buddy?
Favor the silence.
I'm gonna see if I can stay until I can just finish up Golden Blade. Would feel unsatisfying at this point. I'm healthy enough.
On my way.
Ultimate is down. An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing right.
Bleeding.
Retreat. Enemies in left lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
I'll miss you, darling.
Gotta stop dashing everywhere now. It's getting a bit risky. that Scylla has an ultimate.
Enemy ultimate down.
This is in general kind of a scary matchup too, I think. Because if I ever ult in front of her, I can't really ever do that. Like, it would be...
Okay.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Don't want to make myself a target.
Attack the minions.
What? Fuck it.
Falling back.
I don't know if they're bagging or not. Artemis is low enough for me to actually want to try and rotate over, but I'm not gonna take that chance because I don't have TP myself. So if I just don't get anything out of that rotation, it's just not gonna be great. Because I was pretty sure they were going to back anyway. So I do believe Apollo was nerfed a little bit. Right? I believe they hotfixed some stuff. Or a little quick patch. Which I do think is good. Like, let's be real, he was definitely too powerful. As sad as it might be for me.
Okay.
No problem.
Defend the gold fury. Rupa. Ultimate is ready.
Attack middle lane. Your left tower is under attack.
Defend the gold fury.
Your left tower is under attack. Attack left lane.
Help.
The hell is the dash cooldown, man?
Ultimate is ready.
Your left tower
Be
is under
careful
attack.
right. Enemies in the right jungle. Completed. Enemies in the right jungle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I think I still have the tower? Yeah.
Wait.
Yes.
I'm into Scylla.
Enemies.
Dude, they have so much magic too. Fuck. Alright, fine. I'll start with Shokens then. Doesn't mean Odin will be scary though. That being said, it's nice to have more attack speed this early.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy missing right. Enemy missing right.
Yes.
Don't know how everyone died behind me, but it's unfortunate.
Jeez.
There was indeed 5 in mid,
Your middle
somehow.
tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I don't know why my team hates each other already. So much. Why are you All so mad. Buddies. I do think that's kind of the weirdest thing when it comes to human nature. Like, why do some people... I'm not even gonna, like, just... It's not like I'm an angel here. I've been there before. But why do we sometimes feel like we need to blame something? You know? We always want to blame something. And it's so stupid. Why do we do that? We need some weird logical reason as to why something happened. Do we, though? Is that necessary?
Enemy ultimate down.
Are we that simple-minded? Can't we just expect things to not make any sense sometimes? I guess it's just more unsatisfying.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
This lane is top tier boring though.
Enemy missing.
Enemy ultimate down.
Move like a child. The rain shall wash them away. Be careful, be careful, be careful.
We had to get something, so I went for it. What active? Here's beats. Okay. I guess that makes sense. He actually did beats. Solo beats. Glad an Ethel came in, because otherwise that would have been kind of crazy. How far we went for it without getting it.
Enemies have returned.
I even did hit my last auto. Wasn't enough.
Be careful, right. Be careful, right. Incoming.
I'll miss you, darling.
Enemies in left lane.
Enemy missing right.
Attack the fire giant.
Be careful, right.
Group up.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemies have returned.
Left lane. On my way.
I'll miss you, darling. Ultimate is down.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your left tower has been destroyed. Save yourself. Enemy ultimate down. Batista, amigo.
Haunt your dreams now.
Well, that is some weird fucking timing for both solos to be there.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower.
Oh, that sucks. And with this still got tower too. That's so stupid.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, and it just feels like we're losing everywhere. Like mid is getting completely dumpstered, so or duo is getting completely dumpstered, and it's just dude, I don't know why everyone is so mad too. I don't think this game is unlosable, but it feels like the team has already just given up. They're so angry at each other. I didn't even vote. I'm definitely down to surrender this one. I'm not feeling the vibes.
Enemies have returned.
Like, Scylla isn't even playing solo. It's so boring because she's just double jungling.
I'll attack right lane.
Rotating so far hasn't helped, so fuck
Your
it.
middle tower is under attack.
I'll just try and force someone to come to this lane instead.
Tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I don't know who the Odin is because it obviously has a hidden name, but like it does feel like they are like a duo queue or some shit because the Scylla and the Odins are swapping places pretty, I guess, well.
I'll miss you, darling.
The rain shall wash them away.
And I dash right into it. Of all places I could dash. I need damage, man.
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
It's unfortunate. I feel like it actually was kind of a good fight. Did we lose anyone though? Maybe we didn't. It was still a good fight if we just got a... Well, unless we lose Pyro. Well, we did win the trade.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
They just team play better. I think that's probably the best way I can put this game. You just control the map a lot better.
Be right back.
And by controlling the map, I mean shit like this. People are just walking up and now we're getting caught, you know?
You're so sexy. Keep them guessing.
Was a really good Ares ult too. Our comp is pretty bad as well though.
Already fallen in love with me. It takes but a second. You can't handle me. You're playing a game you can't.
I might have to go for a Spectral, because Artemis definitely chunks me. I do have Nemean for that reason though, but with the CC on top of it, she is kind of hard to deal with. And this doesn't really feel like an Arrow's bow situation for me. The item is just so broken though, it almost feels stupid not to go for it. It actually still hits me. It's just that the way they're playing it is the weird part. Like, I'm at this point, because Odin is here more than Scylla, I'm expecting her to be jungling. And then I'm also still getting ganked by her. So, it's just overall really fucking weird.
Your right tower is
Yeah, I definitely want to surrender this game.
Your right tower.
Boys, just surrender, man. It's a waste of time. They are controlling.
Am I too much for
Whatever.
you?
I don't know, I'm typing.
For you to crave.
They're just better. Now they're gonna get fire, and we just fucking didn't surrender. Like, we just...
The enemy team has destroyed the
Who is not surrendering this? Who would actually press no? It's so disappointing. What a terrible first game.
The enemy team
In
has
the worst way
destroyed the
possible.
environment.
I'd rather get stomped than early surrender than this.
Under attack.
People just hate each other, being absolute fucking children, arguing over the weirdest random shit,
Your middle tower is under attack.
and not wanting to surrender. What a game.
Your middle tower has been
This is why I play Smite.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Like, the Lights of P DLC was shadow dropped. Why am I here? Why do I play this?
Has been destroyed. Is under attack.
Just chase this guy.
Your titan is under attack.
My mic sounds static. I don't believe you this time, alright? I fixed it. I fixed it this time. And thank you, Dutch, for the raid. I appreciate it. What a terrible game this was. I don't know who this Odin is, but it's clearly scared to. It sounds static. You can't be fucking dude. Wait, give me a second. It's static again. If it's static again, I'm gonna cancel my queue, and I will actually just say fuck it. I'm gonna go buy a new mic right now. Double your rage bait? Oh fuck you guys. You actually ended up getting me. I don't fucking believe it. Why didn't I listen? It's not static, guys. You're driving me crazy. I just had the worst game, and you're doing this to me. How can you do this to me, man? Alright, fuck you guys. Well, at least you lightened my mood after that game. Holy fuck. Can some of you guys queue? Can some of you guys fucking play the game and queue so I can get some more fun games? Casuals do look more fun, I agree with that. I want you guys to know I just called you assholes on Discord. For obvious reasons. Why am I ADC? Yo, Kai, go ADC. Don't put me here after what you did to me. Apollo angle? I just played Apollo. It didn't make a difference. But you're right, because I am rank 9 Apollo. I gotta get that rank 10. Now people are banning it. What a day this is. You know what? I'll pick the fucking Aphrodite then. Alright? You better fucking listen to me. I'm picking that shit. If you're not gonna ban the Apollo. I'm gonna go full cooldown. I'm never gonna have an ult. Or I'm always gonna have an ult, I should say. It's either that or Hades. Make your choice. I'm getting one of them. And if I somehow lose both, we're playing the Morrigan. I'm getting them either way. Scylla, it's never a Scylla angle for me. That god is boring. Sorry, I said it. I mean it. Scylla is not for me. Take that back?
Select your god.
Nay. Nay, I will not. I mean, with all these mages, maybe it's kind of more like a frontline angle and go for something really disgusting like Thor? Nah. I said what I said, that I meant what I said. Afro is not fun. Nothing will ever make me actually say that. She's not. I will pick her out of spite in this game. Because they banned my Apollo. Oh, now we're dodging. Great. Well, maybe I won't play Afro then. If people are so afraid of playing against Afro, alright, that's okay, I understand. My Afro is something to be feared. I get it. I'll do them the favor and not pick the Afro then. That's alright. Very understandable dodge. No, in all seriousness though, I don't actually know what to play, which is why I keep just picking OP stuff. Because at least they're somewhat fun. Because you can actually play the game. Like, I can't pick Mulan and expect to have fun because she's dog shit and you can't play the game half the time. You know? Just all the gods are boring right now. I'm so tired of everything. I've played them before many times. Apollo is the only thing I actually do enjoy, but it's just, it's all I've been playing, so I'm also slightly tired of it. We're a slave. I'm not a slave. What do you mean, man? I play Modred. He's terrible. You saw what happened last time I picked Modred. You were in that game. You're not a tank. I would love to play some of the more some more of the fun shit, you know? I even played Raw solo. Somehow that actually went really well. Maybe I should play Raw. Maybe Raw's the way to go. And also, it's hard not to be a slave, like, at least by accident, because everything's OP. Like, let's be real here. It's more like, how do you not be a slave? Wait, where am I at? I'm jungle? Oh my god. Get me out. I definitely would rather want... Dude, who is... Oh my god, don't put me in support, man! Okay, I'm still supporting I'm supporting guys. I hope someone dodges. Krog angle. What would I ever actually pick here? That's good.
Select your god.
I have to pick something now. Afro is still open. I mean, my main reason for wanting to pick it is because I really don't want to deal with it. Maybe I do a Yemoja aspect. I don't want to deal with it. My jungle wants it too. I don't know if he wants it for himself. If he wants it for himself, I would be more happy with it. Because then I wouldn't have to play it. I'm gonna trade this guy again. Trade blocked, that's great. I guess you can only trade once. The thing is though, I often win my off-roll games, I just never win my solo games, so... Maybe this is a W. Turns out I'm a terrible soul laner. Cannot fucking win. Yes, guys, more mages. Let's go. Oh. I actually like the Anubis solo right now. I think it is quite powerful. But they just nerfed a lot of the lifesteal stuff. They even nerfed Anubis specifically in the hotfix, didn't they? It felt really OP. But I understand why you would hate dealing with it if, you know... Well, I think we all have this type of pick where we absolutely hate it because it always feeds, and mine is in the game right now in my own lane. I'm referring to Mr. Rama. Rama is dog shit. He's so fucking bad, and now I'm the support to him. I have seen maybe, like... I'm a pretty realistic person, right? I'm not gonna sit and say that, okay, he's gonna feed 100%. But I do think Rama is the worst god in the game. I think he's so bad. Like, maybe with Mulan, right? But I think he is absolutely terrible. So... I'm not happy. Big question here, though, guys. Do I just go damage? Do I even go tanky this game? I'll probably start with shit like Lifebinder or even Boar. But do I even want to do something else? In terms of tankiness? I think I need Shell. At least for the Ymir wall. For my team. Probably start with the Chronos Pendant, actually.
Enchanting.
I'm not expecting a lot of fun this game, to be real with you. Why did I get this role? Can we implement the top 2 people having the main role again, Hyros? Why is it only the first one? Who was actually top pick this game? It was Black Phoenix. Yeah, never mind. I do feel like we're getting stacked on here, though.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure me and Rama are cooked. Like, super cooked.
Enemy spotted.
Retreat!
Can you stop? We're not fighting a level 1 Artemis and a Ymir.
Spawned.
I'm not seeing what I'm seeing, am I? It's Aspect Rama too? We're absolutely cooked, man. Let's choose though.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Big Thunder gank.
Enemy spotted. Retreat! Your left tower is under attack. under attack.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Double kill.
I don't know who Bam is.
Okay. Enemy missing. Enemy spotted.
I think he'll be fine. He played decent in my last game at least.
Set up an ambush here. Ultimate is ready.
Okay.
Enemies have returned to base.
Curses. I'll gank left lane.
Behind us.
An enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack. Gank. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think we can probably all be alright when I'm on Afro here. He's hitting some autos though, which is very, very nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just hit the Ymir, man! Ramo just hit the Ymir! I'm dead. Bro, just hit the damn Ymir. God damn it! He hits the guy right underneath us, we kill him, Artemis can't go back in. It's as simple as that.
Sorry.
Hopefully there won't be a next time. There won't be a next time. I don't want to play Afro in support, alright? Hopefully this won't happen again. Oh great. Now I have to deal with lenient bow too. Ramos starts with lenient bow as well, right? Well, I have a Chronos Pendant, so that's good. Now I don't need mana regen anymore. Okay. I mean, okay, this is a bit much.
Enemies in right lane.
What the fuck, man? Why is it everywhere I go? Why am I getting 4-man ganked?
Your left tower is under attack.
Sucks my ult wasn't up. We actually could have survived.
Enemy missing right.
That is kind of tragic. I can't even blame Rama on that one.
Be careful left.
I should have called it for the Anubis, though. That's kind of on me, too.
Ally has been slain.
The same things happen again, though. Where it just feels like the team is out-rotating everyone and they're somehow making it worth it. Yeah. I'll take some blame on that one. But in the first place, it's not really my fault we got 4-man ganked in duo in the first place. Where was the mid call?
Your left tower is under attack.
I do have to rotate mid. Thanos got it. It's fine.
The hell is this?
He is playing Anubis into Hades, which is generally not a great matchup for him either.
Your left tower is under attack.
Thanks.
Set up an ambush here, please. Enemy missing. Enemy. Your left tower is under attack.
Wash them away.
You're welcome.
I can't help but tease the Anubis a little bit.
Enemies has a kill fury.
On my way.
We have Ra for this though. Surely we get a little cheeky one? Ra and Rama actually. Rama dashed in! He got it too? No, wait, there's no way that actually worked out for him.
Enemy has been slain.
There's no way that fucking worked for him. My dude dashed in. One autoed it and got it. What a man.
Enemy spotted. Take this jungle buff. Your left tower is under attack.
That's wild. I shouldn't even be here. He's lower level than me.
Enemy ultimate's down.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Is ready.
Ultimate is down.
I think the Goober might be, no, he's getting a solo kill over there. Get him, Goober. Tragic.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Thought it actually could have been a kind of nice fight if we decide to fight that back. Thought I did leave, so I get it, but that could have worked out.
Okay. Enemy is in middle. Enemy is in left lane. Back in celestial restoration.
Ally has been slain.
Enemy spotted.
Woof.
Fabuloso.
You rock. You rock. Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack.
My dogs. Get away.
that was probably the worst thing that could have happened for us right now.
Ward here. Enemy spotted.
Erase them. Wash them away. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I guess I should go Thebes just to have some. I guess I rely on health more than defense in this game. I don't even know. What do supports do? Anything? Like, what the fuck do they build anyway, right? They just build boar or some shit, and then they run around and CC people. I know what they do.
Ward right. Enemies in the left jungle.
Your middle tower
Ultimate is down.
Falling back.
Be careful left. Please.
He just needs to chill. Just don't walk up. Ganking this Hades once will not make a difference in the solo killing thing. He's still gonna get solo killed. It will give him a chance to catch up though, which is obviously still good.
On my way.
Behind us. Behind us.
double kill. Shut down. Jeez.
Alone.
Whoops.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know if we can do gold though.
Enemies in middle lane. Tank.
No.
Tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Tank right lane.
Out of mana. So hot right now.
Maybe Stampede. I'll get Pothana so he can keep chasing. It's the best thing I can really think of.
Enemy spotted. Tank right lane.
Ultimate is down. On my way. Enemies behind us.
Falling back.
Enemies have returned left lane.
Enemies behind us.
Yes.
Wash them away.
Bit of an unnecessary ult, but
Enemy spotted.
I wasn't in the mood for Rama to be one shot or some shit by lenient bow.
Your left tower is under attack.
Careful, middle.
You rock. You rock.
Could look for a Hades gank, I suppose, when my ult is back up.
Enemy spotted.
Left lane.
Actually, now that I remember, we even did kill him once. It didn't even make a difference.
You rock.
Enemy missing.
On my way.
Like, me and Thana just rolled up and got a quick kill on him. He's so much faster than me. I can't keep up.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
That went straight through. I call horse shit.
Group up.
Quiet.
Like, obviously Rama getting soloed isn't great, but it's kind of expected. Did not expect Anubis to be as annoying as he is in this one. Like, Thana is carrying this one so heavily,
Gank right lane.
despite everything happening in
Enemy ultimate down.
this game. Let's see if Anubis is dead again. He is.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the Cold Fury.
Okay.
Be careful. Attack the Cold Fury. Enemies at the fire.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Be careful, middle.
Yes.
Ward the fire giant.
Quiet.
Enemy missing.
Quiet. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Back.
Damn. What an asshole.
Enemies in left lane.
Be careful, right.
That's too bad. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Enemy ultimate down.
Oh my god. This team is full of assholes.
We need wards.
Quiet.
Yeah, take that, asshole. Stop me. Oh my god, and then the creeps fucking did it. I'll get a Divine, I guess. We do need some for Hades. And I'm getting the idea that this guy isn't gonna do it. And Ra isn't at the moment either, so... At this point, Anubis might just be tilted. But not dying in this matchup, especially in solo, shouldn't really be that difficult. That being said, it does require you buying Boar.
Enemy missing left.
And that's the reason why Hades is broken. It's very hard to get away from when you don't have any mobility.
Enemies in left lane.
Be careful. You rock. Enemy spotted. Back into the left.
Have fun. Bye.
Enemies incoming.
Wash them away.
Stop! Oh my god, stop blocking me, Rama. Jesus Christ. Go away, Smoothie!
Be careful. Attack.
Bad beats when I'm linked to him.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
By divine renewal.
Oh my, why did he ult? No. Anubis is a little confused.
Ward the enemy hero here. Enemies at the gold.
Remember the name, guys. Cooper Pennies is kind of criminal. At this point, though, I will give him the benefit of the doubt. I do think he's more tilted than simply just like being actually bad. But he is being annoying as fuck. Damn, they were just fucking waiting there. The fuck?
Ward here. Ward the fire
Enemies
giant.
in right lane.
Follow me.
Why can't we run to the Ephra when we need help? Oh my god, guys, why are we going in one by one like this? I hate playing support.
Completed.
Defend. The enemy team has destroyed the fire.
Am I bad? Are you?
Your middle tower
Are you bad?
is under attack.
You tell me.
The pyromancer has arrived.
I just don't know what to build. I don't really think going any more defense is really gonna make a big difference. But I guess I'll go for a Genji's. I'll add some cooldown into the mix.
Falling back.
I definitely do need something for Hades and Merlin.
He's in the right jungle.
I need to... Damn, it's upgrade my starter! I forget about this shit.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Enemies in the right jungle.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
That's a bit unfortunate. I used everything to just help out Thana.
Incoming.
But no, our side lanes here is just, unfortunately, just a bit rough.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
An enemy has been slain.
Your titan is under attack.
Great performance all.
Defeat.
Rama was fine. Rama simply admits that, that's alright. I have no reason to really hate on it. But this Anubis gotta get some reports. Let's see. I mean, I guess it was a bit of everything. And a bit of int feeding. Damn. Today a bit rough. That is also a lot. Like, how is that? How do I lose 68 for that? I guess the enemy team, even though they kind of feel way more stacked, just have way lower elo. No, that Anubis is probably the biggest criminal I've met in a while. That dude does not own a mirror. And if he does, he doesn't know how to use it. Self-reflection is very important, boys. If you don't know how to look behind at yourself, it's very fucking difficult to move forward. Or I should just say you're moving forward, but not in a direction that fits the past you, I suppose. Gotta improve yourself in what way you can. Or you can just stay stuck, that's also fine. As long as you know where you are. I don't think that guy did. Hello, Escanor. I gotta get some wins, man. I've been losing so much lately. And somehow I'm still higher elo than most in my games, which is not great. Because I'm still getting shit games. And somehow I end up support. Which I'll gladly take, if I trust my teammates. But that Anubis took my solo. And then did that. That makes me sad. Yeah, that Anubis was a top tier criminal. It was entertaining in the beginning, but then he just became really annoying. Thing is, I kind of understand the whole, okay, I've been ganked 6 times, where's my jungler? But if my jungler is like 7-0 as a result of me being camped, I'm completely fine with it. I'll be there for late game usually anyway, and especially if I was playing shit like Anubis. That's the type of reflection that I kind of just hate, because it's such a casual mindset to think, to think that it always has to revolve around you. Like, are we? This is ranked, you know? Like, it's, you gotta have a broader view than simply it's like, I'm being ganked, help me out. Like, look at the broader picture here. Let's see. I'll ban the Aladdin. A Wheelix is always... I always feel like banning Aladdin if someone bans a Wheelix, because you feel so targeted. Okay, what the fuck? You're dodging? What, are these your 2 picks? Want to keep a good mental. It's all up to you, man. I understand if you want to dodge.
Select your god.
Up to you. I mean, I don't even know what to play anyway. I feel like I want to play Mage, that I can also carry with. Maybe I just play the Anubis. Hell yeah. Maybe I'll show how the Anubis is played in solo, just as a reference to what you can do if you have low mobility in solo. Oh, honestly, what you need to do. You have to go fucking boar, man. Especially into shit like Hades. It's a must. Like, how are we not doing boar into Hades? He's never gonna be able to ult you if you have boar. But no, I must be full damage. Mages are so OP right now that you don't need full damage to do a lot of fucking damage. You just go boar. And I mean, in some cases, it's just a necessity. Yeah, I get it. I get it, Felly. If I wasn't streaming, like I would have the luxury of, you know, dodging, I guess. But if I dodge, I'm just like, I don't want to sit here and look at my fucking screen. Like, I just want to play the game for a few hours and then go do something else. That's it. So far, these games have been extra criminal, though, on my side of things. I think my main issue with Smite at the moment isn't actually so much the gods that I'm not enjoying as much. It's more like the community as well. Maybe the community is the wrong way to put it, but the player base. Because I feel like the games I'm in just aren't very fun. They're always incredibly unbalanced, or people are getting mad and they just scream at each other all game. Like, there's not a whole lot of fun involved in these games. Maybe I'm playing too early. That could also definitely be the case, especially on a weekday. You know, like I'm meeting all the, the nerds who don't have a job or work, who's just screaming at home playing Smite, thinking they're better than everyone else, even though they're average casual type of thing. But it's been bad lately, like worse than ever type bad. still, I mean, I still do enjoy the game, so I want to play. I just gotta hope that it gets better. Oh, it's interesting. Black Phoenix is spanning some interesting stuff. Don't know why he's spanning the Cabrakan at least. What do I play then? I'm still thinking the Anubis. Yeah, I know the player base has definitely dwindled a lot. I understand the reasoning for it, but it does suck. Go Anubis. I'm not sure I want to into Odin anymore. Now it doesn't sound as fun. Now I would have to go Shell, and I would kind of not like to go Shell. Mori angle? We do have Aladdin, actually. We do have Aladdin. Could use the Odin ring. Sure, why not? Still a Morrigan game. I'm doing without the aspect, though. I know that must sound weird, but I actually prefer without the aspect, and I feel less terrible as a person when I go without aspect. Aspect is better? Yeah, it is. It is definitely better. I am very aware. I just don't like it. For some reason. We'll see what else they pick. I might end up having to. But I'm also kind of just a stealth nerd. I like stealth. Well, I like to play with stealth. I hate being against it. Otherwise, I feel like I'm playing a horror game. But the stealth is just more fun for me. If I'm playing full mage anyway, which I will obviously do. Because then I want to look for one-shots. It's harder to do with the aspect. Oh man, they picked some really annoying shit on that team with Odin and Afro. But the rest of them are kind of weird. Should be easy enough. I think a cool kid's name, I just saw it off the side. I like Morrigan. I have her Radiant as well. Morrigan is one of my favorite gods, unironically. I don't think she's healthy for the game, but I can I can admit at least that I do enjoy playing her. Like just the nature of her. I always kind of gravitate towards gods that can turn into other gods, I guess, or like characters. Like I did the same thing in Marvel Rivals when I played that a little bit. Like instantly I was a fan of playing Loki in that game because he just turns into anyone else with his ultimate. And I think that's really cool. But I do think it is incredibly broken and like just the nature of a game like Smite. And I think the aspect makes her straight up stupid. Aspect should not exist. Or it should be something else. It's just boring. That being said, what the fuck do I build this game? I guess I just go Shell. I don't think I need anything else. I don't need beats. I could go with an Aegis, but that's about it. I don't really like Aegis and Morrigan because I want to transform. So let's do this. Probably just gonna start with a Chronos Pendant. And oh, it is what? Kukulkan solo. I mean, I'll take it, but that's so weird. Of all things. Yeah, the shell for the Odin. The thing is, I don't need anything else anyway, so at least that's it. Like, shell is just never bad as well. Let's see, who's best level 5? Poseidon or on her probably for kill potential, or Odin. I guess for now, I'll young and Odin. Into Kukulkan is probably actually Odin. Depending on the position, it's Odin or Poseidon. Yeah, one of Shell, yeah. That is... There's also the chance for Ares, I guess, if he doesn't have beats either. But he probably has beats into this. Like, he's gonna have beats or Aegis, because we have Poseidon and Ares. That's the Aegis. Okay, so I'm not turning into Poseidon. Oh, his blue is still up.
Be careful.
Oh, I just got it. Did not realize that in time. That apparently the jungler had not been there for blue.
Be careful. Enemy missing.
Oh, I have. That's too bad.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Oh my god.
Fabuloso.
Definitely haven't played Morgan in a little while. I can feel it. Oh shit, they're so deep in left.
On my way.
Ah, it's too late for me now. Missed the auto! Oh, baby! Are we gonna dive? No. People are so used to aspect that people might actually react that way to it. Now that I don't have it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in the right jungle.
An ally has left the game.
Sizzling showdown.
It's unfortunate.
Ultimate is ready.
I think I got it back first before I ult, just to well, actually Pele's pretty far down there, but I should back, get Chronos Pendant before I ult, just to save the ult cooldown. So unfortunately we don't have like a global somewhere, because then I could help them out a bit easier here. Fastest way for me to rotate would be... I could do Jing Wei, like back and fly over, I guess, but that would be stupid. It would be fun though. Actually, I just realized too, he has Aegis, so I can also Ares ult him. if it comes to that. I just can't really be able. I can't really kill him with it. But.
Your right tower is under attack.
Finally, one never has too many weapons.
Your right tower is under attack.
Attack!
Like a vegetarian.
Should have warded, I guess. No time to even transform.
Your
I
right
got my shell off,
tower is
but
under attack.
that didn't really matter. Pele is definitely really fat.
An ally has left the game.
That was genius.
Dude. Who even is Brad? I've seen the name a few times, but that's crazy. I guess we're doing an
Your
early
right
dodge.
tower is under attack.
Today is special. But it feels like every day is like this at the moment. Which is why I haven't felt like streaming much. Because it feels like ass. Every single time.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Enemies at the Cold Furies.
Can't fucking hit my shit either.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Poseidon is back too. That's kind of sucks. Like, might as well just stay out. Let us surrender early.
Like a jaguar. Ooh.
This game is over already.
Even the genie was impressed.
I'm surprised he never didn't just keep running. Because I can't chase him. The second he puts down a tornado, I'm not walking through the shit. It's a bad fucking trade for me.
The rain shall wash them away.
He did get my blue though, so he got something.
Attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack. Cancel that.
Okay.
It is a support Odin though, so I don't really know if I should turn into him, because he's gonna have no damage eventually. I don't play Pele enough to want to turn into Pele.
Let's get lost to the side. It's a trap.
Oh, they hit like a baby.
Your left tower is under attack.
Attack the cold fury. Hot stuff.
Early on, it should be okay though.
Ally has been slain.
Attack middle lane.
Need healing.
Don't know why Pele is at the moment, but I'm taking the chance for this tower.
Your middle tower is under
She's
attack.
left.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
In team fights though, like who do I actually turn
The
into?
enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. The
On my
pyro
way.
has arrived.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
That's so annoying. And what just happened to my stealth? Dude, is the stealth bug still a thing? Does it just not work sometimes? Because that's really not great.
Your right tower is under attack.
What happened to Aladdin outside? I guess just everyone. And our jungler wasn't here, so that also sucks. Bad idea, I guess. I thought we could just join an Odin real fast. Fuck. I'm struggling with... That's not like a clear... early, like... transformation. Aladdin and Poseidon will both be good late game. Maybe on her as well. But like, since Odin is support, Ares obviously support, I just don't have any damage with those two. Despite them being good. Huge.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Enemies in middle lane. Enemy spotted. Be careful left. In the middle. Be careful left. Save yourself.
Save yourself.
Attack the fire giant. Middle lane.
Your team has
I want to rotate, but that looks like suicide. Yeah, I'm sorry, boys.
Oh, very strong.
Yes.
Enemy ultimate down. Back off.
beware of shifting sides. Your left tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay.
We need ward.
Good day.
Was there just a bomb here? The hell?
You
Enemy missing.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way. Ultimate is ready. Enemy ultimate down.
Wash them away.
Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Save yourself.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Your left tower is under attack.
Double kill.
Your left tower. Your right
Dude, why is this thing even on me? Go away. Oh, this really sucks.
the pyro has arrived. Your middle
They're just like fully out-rotating us at the moment.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Has been slain.
Like, they're so grouped all the time.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Split push.
I don't even know what to really do about it as a response. We're just always outmanned, no matter where we go. That's so close and unfortunate. And we aren't even getting a tier 2 for this.
Hasta la vista, amigo. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Poseidon transformation isn't even great for me either. I actually hate this game as in transformations. There's no big mage outside of Kukulkan, and that's not really a great transformation, I think, because it's unreliable. And there's no like actual like, well, I guess Pele is an assassin, but not like Susano or Thor or something like that. That feels a bit easier to go in with. There's no way, just Pele. I don't. The only problem is, and this is weird for me to say, because usually this never happens. But I don't really play Pele. I never have. I don't know really how to play her. So transforming into her isn't reliable for me. She's like one of the few gods in Smite that I just never really played. So it's not a confident thing for me.
Enemy missing.
Poor, okay, more. Yeah, I guess that's another thing.
Enemy missing right. Be careful. Middle attack right lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wash them away.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle
I got it
tower
back.
is under attack.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Glorious tools of war.
Your left tower.
I mean, Aladdin will be good as a transformation either way,
Middle tower.
going into late game, but it's just not great at the moment, I feel like.
Your left tower.
It's not really there yet. Poseidon is crit, and he doesn't have lenient bow yet either, so I definitely don't think I want to turn into that.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Kukulka's level 20 though, that's kind of crazy. He's just been power farming. Why are we fighting though? We shouldn't be fighting. Like, we can't keep blaming everyone else. Surely. Like, on paper, if that fight ended up going well, sure, that's great. For you guys. But on paper, that looks like a terrible fight that we should not take. With Cuckoo having Dagger and them all having Fire Giant. Like, surely we don't take that fight in the first place.
Your right tower is under attack.
You could be tilted, that's fine, but I don't really think Poseidon is making a lot of sense to me at the moment. What he's saying. That being said, I like us getting caught while just farming here though is so bad. And we're dying because we're typing now.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
Damn, 3ing right before the Aladdin, or the lamp throws you out. It's rough.
Your middle phoenix.
Thunderstorm.
It's a really big fight.
Attack fire giant. Group up.
See, what does Aladdin have now? It's kind of low power, since we Chronos Pendant as well.
On my way.
Attack fire giant.
Group up.
Water here.
kind of funny that we ended up ulting the same target. I just did it first.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix. That's the Titan.
Touch the fire giant.
Titan sounds good, but we're too low.
Destroy the right enemy tower.
Gokulin's gonna put a 180 on, we all die.
Vista, amigo.
Okay.
That one's on me, I guess. Shouldn't have tried. To Brad. Dude, he types so much. Who even is Brad? He loves his fucking keyboard.
The enemy team has destroyed.
That really sucks, though.
Hush now, please.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
I actually do think what I do is I go for big mage damage. Fuck it. We go cold cannon and we hope for the big play.
Enemies have returned to base.
Careful left.
Oh, I mean, this is just okay.
Has been slain.
That one is a bit weird, and this probably just comes out of tilt, but that's still really stupid.
Careful.
I don't know what the fuck Ares is doing though.
Must not be your head.
Oh, easy road.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
I was really tempted just to stick around.
Your left phoenix is under attack. Your left phoenix has been destroyed.
I went for something. Kind of worked out too. There we go.
Has been slain.
3-man Kukulkan ult? I mean, that shit's fucking rare. Oh. We don't have lenient bow? We don't have lenient bow! That's a great impale. Like, how don't we have learning bow? Learning bow? I don't know how to fucking say it.
Phoenix has been destroyed. Your right phoenix is under attack.
Learning bow? I guess I'm saying it decently enough, whatever. I just...
Your titan is under attack.
It's looking pretty grim now, but I mean, one fight is all it takes for us to just end the game as well, so... I don't want to surrender it. There is a chance. I respect Ares in this game, though. He hasn't said a single thing. despite the crazy conversations in this one. He's my hero in this game.
Middle lane, fabulous, fabulous.
He does seem to be very out of position though.
Destroyed a left enemy tower. Tyson's under attack.
What the fuck was that from them?
Enemy has been slain.
That was so weird. Why they would all in like that when Kukulkan wasn't right.
Enemy
Careful!
spotted.
Attack the fire giant! On my way!
On my way.
Ultimate is down.
Defend the Titan.
Enemy spotted.
Your team destroyed the fire tower.
Retreat.
The rain shall wash them away. Fabuloso. Oh,
Pulling back. Pulling back.
enemy has been slain.
Didn't actually expect her to be there.
Be careful!
Didn't have my one open, so that was a bit awkward.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
On my way. On my way.
Destroyed the middle enemy field.
On my way.
Ah, no worries. We can fix this.
Long.
See? We could still win. Well done, boys. Close one. That's such a stupid game to win. Looks like the enemy team had just as much fun in comps as we did. I'd argue that like the people that inted was the 4 people that just dove us when Kukulkan was pushing right. Like just as a whole, because this is definitely one of those cases where Pele got a little too confident and went for like a big play so that they could end. But if Pele dies, the team on like she's the biggest threat on that team because we have like essentially 4 mages or assassins, I should say, or damage dealers, whatever you want to call it, backliners, 3 backliners, 1 Aladdin, so it's basically a backliner as well. So if she dies, no one's really getting to us. Like, Odin by himself won't be able to do it. Oh, it's definitely a game, though. It's a complaint about Eye of the Storm being a thing. I understand. It is definitely... That's an item that exists. I understand your complaint. I think it's one of the weirdest items in the game, because it's either the complete dog shit or it's just gonna be broken. Depends on which god is it on and how they're using it. I do think it is kind of like situationally very broken, as you were saying too. Like if you're slowed, like as well as being trembled or some shit, while also being vortexed by Eye of the Storm, like you can't move. That item on Thor is actually kind of bullshit because he has to tremble on the autos. That does not feel fun to play. I get it.
Select your god.
Zeus. I'll do a Kukulkan game as well, actually. I'm kind of felt like playing it after I got a little taste of it at the end there. It was fun though, because like they wouldn't really expect the Kukulkan ults coming over from our side. Surely we don't dodge this one yet, though. This game actually looks kind of fun. And you're mid anyway, you don't have to deal with the Jingwei. They picked Baron. Surely we can't lose. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously up to you, but... I don't know. If I was dodging every time there was someone else I didn't like in the game, or didn't want to play with, I mean, you would be dodging every game, you know? Just doesn't seem like it's worth my own time doing that stuff. Might as well just quit the game at that point. Which is also a valid option. Thought about it a few times. If you close the game, it doesn't close the lobby. No, it just says connecting. Which is, like, it's a good system. Because it doesn't crash the lobby just because someone DCs, you know? It stays in and keeps that person able to reconnect if they get back into the game. No, I completely get it, Niquella. It's... people are really fucking annoying. Like, you should have seen my first two games today. Even in this last one too, people started tilting a bit and they started not team playing as much. That being said, if you wanted to not play the game because of that, every time that happened, you would never play the game because it happens so often. That's my only point. And if that's something that really bothers you, that makes you not enjoy the game, I'm not sure if it's really worth for you to actually play them. That's all I'm really saying. Because that happens so much right now. I feel like it happens almost every game. Yeah, I'm not really referring to bad players either. I literally do mean people just refusing to play. Like, my last few streams have been games like this. It's why I haven't felt like playing/streaming as much, even though I still think I've kind of been forcing myself to do it, because I enjoy the game. I just don't enjoy the people I'm playing with. It's been bad lately. Dude, now the lowest elo gotta go as well. God damn it! Another dodge. Alright, just... Whoops. Go away. Span shit. It is what it is. Clearly this guy doesn't want to go, but he's gotta go.
Select your god.
Do I mean nothing to you anymore? I mean, let's just pick something then. Get it over with. Back to haste we go. Wait, did someone else dodge? Oh. Great, that was so much faster. Yeah, my dude needs a relationship. I mean, the thing is, if you never know what it is, right? If it's just, you know, like a booty call, then yeah, sure, that's, you know, maybe just complete the game and then say that you'll be there in an hour, you know, whatever. But, you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Like, one man to another, like, we gotta be there for each other, right? Maybe it's important. Or maybe it is just something very simple, who knows? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on this one. He apologized, it wasn't in his plans to leave as we got into a game. But if he does that again, and it's the same reason next time, then yeah, maybe I'll call him out, alright? But for now, he gets a pass. I mean, on the bright side of things, at least someone dodged earlier. I don't know who it was, though. Maybe it's gonna affect the queue. If it was someone on my team, or the enemy team. That was high elo. Ow. Didn't think that was gonna hit me. Oh my god, I'm so slow. So what's everyone else been playing? Outside of Smite? Some new game come out that you're playing? Or are you playing some older shit? What are people playing right now? The game of life. That is a hard one. Been there. LinkedIn. I mean, yeah, fair enough. I think that's also kind of the game of life, isn't it? Starlights of Pete DLC, that's a good one, yeah. I just reinstalled the game. I'm debating whether I should restart or like do a full playthrough again before I get to the DLC. We'll see. Right now I gotta finish Elden Ring Night Rain first. I enjoyed the shit out of it. Yeah, Slay the Spire is also great. Played that a lot. I'm really looking forward to Slay the Spire too. Hopefully it's gonna be great. As well as Hades too. I haven't played any of that. I'm just waiting for full releases. I'm looking forward to all that stuff. They make some great stuff. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Expedition 33 also very, very good. I haven't gotten around to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 yet. I'll get there eventually, but that's been so many fucking games. And while I'm excited for it, I'm not the biggest like first-person gamer. I like third-person games mainly, preferably. There are exceptions here and there, like Kingdom Come, but it's not a big priority for me. I gotta get out of this fucking roll. Yo, Yeto, you wanna play ADC, buddy? You wanna do some left clicking? I'll do it otherwise, it's fine, but been doing Hearthstone, that's also decent. Yeah, I haven't played Hearthstone in a long time. Dude, Silksong, I hope it gets an actual release date tomorrow. I really don't want to. Don't worry, Yeto, you can just say no to it. It's alright. I'll play ADC for one game, and then I'll be a bitch about it, and then I'll never want to play it again. Yeah, alright, I guess I'll support. Sure. I'll let mid-caster minion plays ADC then. You want to play support then, Yeto? Are you okay with that? Because I think... don't you play support and solo? I don't really like playing support, at least. I'll let you decide. You can just trade if you want it. Wait, Borderlands 4? I haven't been into Borderlands in a while now, I think.
Select.
I wish I was, but Borderlands lately just has not really been for me. Okay, you playing support then? Yeah, it's bugged, right. I'll do Apollo then, for solo. Yeah, Borderlands 2 is great. I played Borderlands 2. I did play... I played all the way through 3 as well, but 3 wasn't that great. It was just kind of boring, I think. Outer Wilds is something I want to get around to as well. I have heard very good things about it. It just didn't seem like a game for me, but it has my interest. And people always say, like, the less you know about it, the better, so don't tell me anything about it as well. But I imagine it's going to be pretty good. Try blind for sure, yeah. That's what intrigues me as well. I want to do Blueprints for the same reason. I want to try Blueprints. So there's just so many games on my list. Like, I'm currently going through, obviously, as I said, Night Rain, and I'm playing through the Yakuza series, which, you know, there's a million games. I am at the second to newest game at the moment. I'm the Infinite Wealth. And that game is huge. I love it very, very much. It's very fun. But I'm still pretty early in it. So there's still a long way for me to go. The Lies of P DLC just came out. So I'm obviously, I'm going to get to that too. I think I'm finishing Night Rain before I get to the Lies of P DLC though. Because I don't want two Souls-likes at the same time, having somewhat similar like control scheme, because then I just get confused. I'm going to start messing shit up. And for those types of games, I want to make sure that I'm at least mechanically, like, I have the muscle memory going for those games, because you need it in those. Alright. I'm against Hades. They're like Neo. I only tried Neo 2, and what I tried was not fun. And yes, I'm aware that Neo 3 was announced. I want to try Neo 3. I know it got a demo. I'll eventually try that too, but I can't say I'm excited for it. I tried about 2 hours of Neo 2, and I could not get into it. I just did not feel the combat at all. Excuse me. The combat just felt off. In every way possible. And there was the same thing when I tried Rise of the Ronin. I have not played Nine Souls. It's also on my list. And obviously, I'm incredibly excited for Silksong. It is something I've been looking forward to for forever. But let's be real. I am not going to be excited for that game until I have a release date. I'm done thinking about it. I don't want to think about it until it's in my hands. So, that's also one of my most anticipated games. Hollow Knight is one of my favorite games ever. So, obviously hearing about Nine Souls is great. I would like to play it. All I really heard about it is that it's basically like a 2D Sekiro, which is something that very much gets my attention, because I love the shit out of Sekiro. Hey, she's on the screen, my bad. Thank you. Too engrossed in the conversation. Hollow Knight is a really good Metroidvania, but I think it's overrated a bit. Personally, I don't think it is. It's what kind of got me into Metroidvanias, so for me it's rated very high. And when I think about my favorite 2D game, Hollow Knight is the one that comes to mind. So, in my case, it's definitely not overrated. But, I mean, I see a lot of people, being a bit mixed on it. Maybe it's because it is very difficult as well. I'm not really too sure. But I think it has everything in my book. Maybe outside of, like, an insanely good story, which it obviously doesn't have much of. Like, I liked Ori as well, but the thing with Ori is that it's more of like a beautiful journey experience more than it's like a difficult boss. What do you call it, like a boss fight game? And I think that's where I like Hollow Knight more, because I like boss battles a lot. I'm very much like a nerd when it comes to boss battles. I like difficult combat. Which is why it was such a big surprise to me that I didn't like Neo. It's the weirdest fucking thing for me.
Be careful.
I'm just gonna trade back camps here, I guess. Go. I actually tried Neo out because people told me that Kazan, First Berserker Kazan that came out earlier this year as well, was very much like Neo. And I was like, oh shit, well, I guess I'm gonna love the shit out of Neo then. Didn't really get that feeling. When I then tried Neo. So, that was a bit unfortunate. I wish it really was like that. And I loved Kazan. Kazan was my game of the year until Expedition 33 then came out. And then that became my game of the year. Expedition 33 was an experience. That shit was great. Maybe didn't pick the right weapons. I will say this. I will try Neo 2 again, eventually. Because I feel like it is for me once it clicks. It just did not click in the first like hour and a half when I played it. Or to 2 hours. So we'll see. Why are people so angry today, man? People... It's funny enough, oftentimes in mid and the jungle. One thing happens and they hate each other for the rest of their lives.
Your right tower is under attack.
How long is Expedition 33? In terms of its story, I believe it's like between 20 and 30 hours if you just rush the story. If you want to do everything, like me, like a psychopath, who also just explores and does kind of everything. I don't really Google stuff, like ever. I'm not really that type of gamer. I want to experience everything myself. Then it's probably going to take you maybe like 60 to 80 hours, something like that. Maybe even a bit longer. I believe I spent like 65 hours, or no, 85 hours in my game. In my playthrough. I wanted just to do as much as possible. I was super addicted to that game. Like, it is heavy inspired by JRPGs, you know, and JRPGs tend to be somewhat long.
Your left tower is under attack.
It is pretty much a JRPG through and through. Like, I just decided to platinum that game, because I loved it that much. That fucking rarely happens for me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
There's like 3 games, I guess, in existence that I think I've platinumed. It's Elden Ring,
On my way.
it's Expedition 33, and Final Fantasy 16, I think, are the games that I've platinumed, essentially.
Your right tower is under attack.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh.
He caught my dash.
Is under attack.
Aw, man, the fear twice caught some big shit from me. That's so annoying. Fuck, man. That's really bad. It's not a death I should have had. Him catching my dash is fucking terrible, man. That fucked everything.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Well, we don't know if we're gonna see another game like Expedition 33. Because that game kind of came out of nowhere, you know? Like, and a lot of people didn't expect it to be that good. I feel like I did once I saw the trailer, because it just looked so cool to me. I expected this game to be good, but I guess I didn't expect it to be that big of a masterpiece. But you never know when something insanely good comes out. I'm just a little sad that, like, FromSoft being my favorite developer, basically, and their next 2 games, though, with Night Rain, are basically, like, online experiences, when I just want a solo experience. Is not ideal to me, but I'm excited that they're still doing stuff they want to do. Fucking Neath ult, man. Actually, would have survived if it wasn't for that Neath ult. I guess I gotta remember that now. That they have a Neath.
Your left tower is under attack.
That's so annoying. I died again on the wave. I'm falling really far behind because I'm making plays at a bad time. He also went Chronos Pendant. I was about to say, I didn't think his ult was gonna be back up. Alright, time to just sit back and farm a bit. I'll damage him eventually. But right now, I'm just making some bad calls. I fucking saw that. They gotta get something for this. Well, kind of sucks that Ymir got that.
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
I saw Hades go into the bush. Didn't expect bots to be there too. I was gonna ward, and they just dashed past the Hades. But I fucking died again. This is really not going very well. I guess I should have started with Hexstone, which I often do when I play this.
Tower is under attack.
And now that I'm into Hades, I definitely should do that even more.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
It'll be alright as long as we can survive till a bit further into the game. I'll be there.
An enemy has been slain. Thanks.
Enemy spotted!
Enemies have returned.
Ally has been slain.
Behind us. Behind us. Okay.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Don't think I would have reached anyway. Just had to try. It suddenly went down really fast.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Retreat's left lane. Okay. Okay.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I will not understand that logic.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Your pain is too fast.
Now there's 4 people here. I'm getting fucked in my lane, so let me go fuck someone else's lane. Is the logic I will absolutely just not understand. Is Ymir still bugged? Like, you can't cancel the old, right? Because that's so fucking stupid that they haven't fixed that yet, if that's still a thing. I see that every time when someone plays Ymir.
That's too bad.
Well, either way, I just gotta farm. That kind of pissed me off a bit. I usually don't want to type. Absolute fucking criminal, Scylla. For thinking like that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain. Awesome! Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't want to surrender this one. We absolutely have a chance. We gotta
Enemy
fucking
team
stop
has destroyed the pyromancer.
doing what we're doing right now. In terms of players, we have good players. We can definitely make a comeback.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Gank right lane.
Only thing that doesn't give me a whole lot of hope
Thanks.
is that I'm so far behind and it's hard for me to farm anywhere.
Attack right lane.
Take right lane.
Enemy missing left. On my way.
Ally has been slain. Slain an enemy.
Serpent swiftness.
My horrific.
Ah, did not need to beat that.
Serpent
I got a kill though.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Boys, it's fine. Stop beating on him, man. I don't mean to white knight, but like, they're all just kind of like beating the shit out of him right now. It's kind of pathetic to listen to. Or look at, I should say. If Thor fucked up, like, sure, but like, do we really need to just beat him into the ground like this? Seems very unnecessary. And just straight up is rude. He just makes everyone else an asshole.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Enemies at the problem.
enemy ultimate down. Gank right.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer.
There we go.
Your left tower
Hope. It's right in front of us.
Completed. Enemy missing. Okay.
It's unfortunate. I wanted to bait it as long as I could while waiting for Apollo.
The enemy team has destroyed the
But I guess they just get fired because I left. Tragic. Scylla missing 2 on the stun target is definitely not on my bingo card.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I guess I just go Rot now.
Your right tower is under attack.
Get instant power. Metaphor was good, like, don't get me wrong, but it was just Persona in a medieval setting. Like, I don't think it was revolutionary. It was just really good. Just another one of Atlas's good games.
Been destroyed.
But like, that game didn't do anything that they hadn't already done in Persona games, you know?
The pyromancer.
So at least to me, it wasn't revolutionary. Like, Expedition 33 brought like some actual, like, really well done and well feeling, like, action combat, I guess. Not even action, like just reactionary combat into a turn-based combat situation, which has been done before. Don't get me wrong. Some people have done that type of combat. It's just they've done the best. Okay, we're not doing this.
Team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
Down.
Your left tower is destroyed.
Where'd they go? I thought they were pushing. Huge.
Your left team is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I did try to get to... Yo, can we just... Oh my god, she backflips too. Why are we on the Sobek? What the fuck, man? Why are we actually still chasing the Sobek when this backflips right in front of us? That's insane. Maybe I'd still go for some cooldown? Nah, fuck it. Let's get Deso. Yeah, it's really good RPG for sure. I just mean, like, we're essentially comparing like just a really good game to something that is borderline revolutionary. That's how I see it, at least. I think Expedition 33 is borderline revolutionary. Goddamn. I cannot say revolutionary very well, apparently.
On my way.
the fire giant.
I'll grab this speed buff.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
They're gonna go gold now.
Yes.
They make a lot of mistakes. We just gotta capitalize on them.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Down.
Left being push is very good for us too in this game.
Down.
If I could Deso before this fight, that would be great. But I don't think I have that luxury.
Retreat. Defend, defend.
Your right phoenix is under attack. Your right phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle
Yeah, no, it's not really much to do, I guess.
is under attack.
Your end.
136k player damage in arena is pretty crazy. Yeah. There's some crazy keyboard warriors today. Are we really gonna keyboard warrior? Dude, I was playing solo too. How am I this high on player damage compared to everyone else? Actually, how was I the highest in the game? What the fuck? I didn't feel like I did shit this game. What? Never mind, I guess. I don't really think it's worth reporting the Thor. Like, I do not think this game was like. Sure, he may have not had a great game. Let's put it this way. I definitely, excuse me, saw some mistakes, but I also saw missing 2 on a stun target. Right? I'm not gonna blame anyone for this. I'm simply gonna point it out and that this was not great. But are we really gonna sit and trash talk people just because they had a bad game? I don't want to do that shit. And I even less want to listen to someone who just keeps whining and bitching. It's just annoying. Shut the fuck up. People are acting like they play perfectly every single game. Is Quickcast bugged with cripple? I have no idea. I don't use Quickcast and I don't know if people do, if I see any cripple issues. Damn. Maybe me and Gunter are beating the allegations now. For the many people that seem to think we might be... I don't think people actually think. It's more like a meme, I guess. But me and Gunter are the same person. I'm French. Oui, oui. I'm Gunter confirmed. Seems to store my ability, but then I can't do anything. Yeah, that sounds weird. Who the fuck thought this? People are just making fun, I think. But a lot of it's because of the names. It's because some people started calling me Gunter as a nickname, and people started doing like the Hodor situation. Like, wait a minute.
Select your god.
I there's maybe one person who don't watch any of our streams who might have thought like that might have believed the people that were joking, you know. But that's about it. People don't actually take it serious, I think. Let's do a Goober game. I'll go a bit tanky if I have to. Go for a full cooldown stun build. Fucking Gem of ISO for the see some more slows. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I think it's more just like a running joke in Nika's chat that they haven't seen me and Gunter in the same game at the same time type thing, which has happened multiple times. Don't get me wrong. People that know us, I believe, also obviously know. Not to mention we both stream. We have very different voices. He's very French. You can very clearly tell that he is not Danish, and I feel like you can very clearly tell that I'm not French. So. Oh, we like magical on this team. You're not French? Damn, it's crazy, right? Oui, oui, omelette du fromage. Baguette.
Death's shadow.
Now I'm never beating the allegations. Son of very French. I mean, that's honestly kind of all I can say. I don't think I know any other French words. I guess I know gommage now. Thank you, Expedition 33. Albanian. Yes, that's me. That's a language I don't know any words. Nice. This is actually a pretty good lobby. I like it. Damn, look at people wanting all these borders. All these crazy ass ranked borders. I like the other ones more. I don't even have a border under my Anubis, what the fuck? Fake border enjoyer. And I'm against Cerberus. That's great. I love being in Cerberus as Anubis. I love healing my enemies. That's cool.
Be careful, middle.
If I must.
If I must.
Sorry.
That was genius.
Deadly.
I have not... Man, I've been on a pretty big losing streak. Last few streams.
Team.
What?
Hello, brother.
I hate you all.
Thanks.
Sure, man.
Sorry.
You have that spark of magic in you.
It's okay. I expect this from Philly. I know he doesn't mean it. He's just, it's got a hard shell, you know? He actually means that he loves us when he says that. It's true. He told me himself. Cerberus Pele is pretty scary for me. I might have to go for some defense.
Slime tag.
We'll see them. Probably, actually, no, I don't go defense. I just go boar. What am I thinking?
Yo, Mr. Armored. I'm maxing 3 at level 2.
Okay. Minions have spawned.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Those who take a fight with
thanks.
me
Okay,
usually regret it.
thanks.
Ah, no worries. We can fix this.
Did I auto one too many? I did not, thank God. Well, technically I did.
I need the jungle buff.
See that life force slip away.
Wanna go?
No.
Pussy.
I don't have my one. Not worth it.
I was hoping he was gonna walk up a bit to clear the way, but
I'm getting 3 with this, I think.
that stun is just so wildly easy to hit.
First blood.
His thunder is down.
Blink failure.
Enemy has been slain.
And Sobek use his shell.
I can come right, I have ult.
He backed.
I'm gonna have incredibly low power in this game in the beginning, because I think I don't want to make the same mistake as the last game. So I think I'm gonna have to go for Boar's second item
I will be right back.
Yes.
and just stay safe. Because as long as I don't fall behind, I should still do enough damage. Just stay in it. Didn't think he was gonna be here so fast. That's on me, I guess. I guess he didn't do the mid-camp things. I just ganked instead. We're getting dual kills though, so whatever. Now it doesn't matter anyway, I'm behind.
Your left tower is under attack.
Completed.
Shalom.
It must not be your day.
Yes.
Rough start, but yeah. Still actually ahead in XP on SERP, so not a huge difference. Should be alright.
Wasn't my intention.
We can fight them. I got ult. They don't.
I'm on it.
Oh, they got it now.
Be careful, right? I'll gank left lane.
Enemy has been slain.
That guy is branded.
Ah, what'd you say?
That guy is branded, bro. The Sobek.
Enemy spotted.
Sorry.
He's coming.
Problem.
That was genius.
I'm returning to base.
Yes. Enemy ultimate incoming. Shalom.
I'll wait back and until I can finish my... not finish anything, actually. Just my cooldown on the TP. Gonna get all the XP that I can grab before I'm back.
I'm gonna be late though.
I gotta execute it, man.
Wash them away. Oh, very strong.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Close. Just praying on these long cooldowns. That's why I didn't beat.
Shalom.
Ah, fuck it. I'm gonna wait with Boar after all. Seems like the Pele doesn't want to visit me. Watch me bite. I have to eat that sentence up again in a bit. When she visits me, and I die because of it.
An enemy has been slain.
I got with this guy, bro.
Follow my people on left, I'm coming. Follow me, follow me. I tried.
That's fine, I had nothing.
I'm coming to the ramp.
Move like a jaguar. Ooh.
That was close. I kind of almost made it. Just needed one of my abilities up, I think, to peel for myself. Well, my 3 are 2.
May fate favor you.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
I did fuck my ult too. I missed the initial burst.
That was genius.
Unfortunately. Is he going full damage? He is so far.
His blue is up.
Chronos Pendant. My ult's back up as well.
Doesn't like it.
Enemy missing. Be careful.
It's nothing. Hush now, young.
Yes. That's just.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Take left
Follow
lane.
me, army.
Your right tower is under attack.
Gunter,
Get
tío.
right lane.
We're teleporting top right.
Oh, that's the Artemis ult. 3 kill.
In range. Wash them away.
No, I've missed.
Tower is under attack.
I think she doesn't have ult. I'm not sure. Nice.
Enemy has been slain.
You can do gold maybe.
Yeah, I guess.
You have a still a ult.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the gold fury. The pyro has arrived.
Pretty clean so far. I'm trying to. Oh, my ult didn't go off when I pressed it. Fuck. That's on me completely. Fuck, man. Why the? I was just fucking standing there. I pressed my ult like 2 times.
Ultimate is down.
Fucking beast for that shit. Whatever. Don't think I would have gotten the kill either way.
I think he's in
I
box.
think I would have gotten burst.
Yeah, he's in box.
Tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
Spark of magic in
Enemy
you.
missing right.
Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry.
That wasn't my intention.
Enemies in right lane.
It's nothing.
A little bit of a stuttering.
Be careful left. Enemy missing.
Stop with the stuttering. I don't want it. You just don't have cooldowns as Anubis with Chronos Pendant. Like 5 seconds on the one is insane. Well, it's basically 6 seconds, right? But
Thanks.
that is still wild for an ability that does as much damage as it does.
The opponent.
Your team has destroyed the Pyramid. Your team has destroyed a right in your right tower has been destroyed.
All defend right lane.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right
Okay.
tower is under attack.
What? What is happening?
Artemis ult.
What the fuck was that lag? I didn't get ulted either. I guess it's because of my one though, but I'm so confused.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Your right tower is
And honestly, fighting him is a waste of time. Because I'm pretty sure I'm healing him while I'm just fighting. I might actually be dead.
You got my kill.
I'm dead. Is this server being fucking stupid for everyone else? We're stuttering all the time.
Yeah.
It's
It's freezing sometimes.
Yeah, that shit just got me killed. Question is, do I go Typhons? Because I will be healing him too. But in every other matchup, it should be fine. Just not into him. Though I guess the most important thing is healing myself.
your left tower is under attack.
It's nothing.
His jump is a low cooldown too, considering it's Cerberus, who has a long fucking cooldown.
The rain shall wash them away.
Did you see me? I'm great. You're fun.
Yes.
arrived. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Cancel that.
Screw it. I'm just gonna do it. Though realistically, I really should have gone boar. Because I should never die with boar. I have to be really out of position with that shit.
Shut down! Jeez!
I don't think I need to be in there.
Enemy slain!
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Enemies in right lane.
Help!
That's too bad.
The guy is still chasing.
Destroyed the pyramid.
Fun.
Fucking enemy.
Oh,
Fucking enemy.
Deadly.
that was
Bro,
great.
this fucking lag.
It's great.
I think they're coming left.
Yes.
I don't have the buff.
That stun, man. She TP'd over. Pele ult down.
Push them away!
We can fight. Telebacked.
Enemies have returned to base. Did
Yes.
you see me? I'm great.
You
Did
have
you
that
see me?
spark of
I'm
magic
great.
in you.
FG?
Sure, we can try. I got the bone.
I have TP, so I'll just commit. Damn,
Enemy has
we just got
been slain.
cooked.
We got cooked.
Well done.
No, it's not possible!
I must slip away quickly.
Your middle tower is under
I will say, guys, I pressed my beats when he plugged me. I must have fat fingered something else and it didn't go off, because that sucks. That's so unfortunate. I don't think I should have died.
your middle tower is under attack.
Deicide!
No. No.
Truly unfortunate.
I'll defend your fire giant.
Fuck. Because I still think I should go boar. But now we'll just be delaying Rod even more if I do. Fuck it. where it is.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, wall running on the destroyed tower looked pretty funny. It's running in the air.
Has arrived.
Enemy missing.
Your left tower is under attack.
I need levels. Like, I just need XP. We're just kind of behind XP, actually, when I look at it.
Have fun. I know I
Enemies
win.
at the Gold Fury.
Well, they didn't get fire, so...
Unfortunate.
I know we're gonna die, not sure.
If you keep running up, I'm gonna TP.
We're all coming. Will be a good fight.
They have everything up.
Wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Slain an enemy.
We do gold, yeah?
Attack the Gold Fury.
I'm gonna try to do pyro. I think I'm gonna try to annoy them. Yeah, they're on pyro.
Sol used her ult. Maybe it's up again, but
Tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Ally has been slain.
I bought ults.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack. I'll defend the base.
I shall make it painful.
Your left tower is under attack.
Unfortunate.
Vista, amigo.
Cancel that.
Defend the fire giant.
On my way.
Unfortunate.
Pillies everywhere I am. It's kinda crazy.
On my way.
Embrace.
So all down.
Behind us. Careful.
We're so split in this fight.
On my way.
Range. Wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack.
Bad.
Need healing.
Your left tower is under attack.
Attack fire giant. Follow me.
Yes.
This is so stressful. Artemis ult. We're just giving fire to them here.
They're still on it.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire fire giant.
I don't really know why we stayed on fire in this case, to be honest.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, we probably shouldn't have stayed on fire here, boys. We gotta fight them there. That was really unfortunate. I don't know why. Dude. Oh, he actually got plugged. That's crazy. What the fuck?
Your middle tower is under attack.
I guess that explains the state of the server pretty well. Oh, he just... That's not great. Yeah, that's true. It could also happen with Fenrir Brutalize. Bro, I don't want to lose this fucking game. This game was literally ours a few minutes ago. Finally level 20.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower. Your right tower is under attack.
That's all ult. Artemis ult.
Yeah, we can't help.
enemy spotted. Be careful.
Okay, that was idiot.
They're left. Artemis is left. Seems lucky.
Just very split fights. And we don't have an actual front line. I think that's the hardest part for us here. We don't have any setup. We're kind of just relying on long range stuns from either me or I guess Morgan getting a stun, but into a Sobek it's so easy for them to just peel. It's tough. Pele ult.
Enemy has been slain.
Turned into the dagger, that's so funny. We lost the dagger,
Them.
but well played. That definitely should not have happened.
I like it.
Yeah, sure, man. Let's just do Deso.
Retreat.
Enemy has been slain.
Logic in you.
Clean.
One day you will find a world
Gunter moment.
Your titan is under attack.
Unfortunate.
Enemies have returned.
Enemies incoming.
Also, can we talk about how I did no damage to Pele with my ult? That's so weird.
Attack the gun. Help middle lane. Help.
Awesome.
Right.
On my way. Take this jungle buff.
Unfortunate.
right tower is under attack.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Enemies incoming my way.
Your right tower is under attack. Be careful, be careful.
We just don't really have any of these lanes pushing in our favor. Because these fucking Minotaur minions.
On my way.
That's too bad. Careful.
It's not.
Let's make sure we have a lane winning here.
I'll ward. Bye.
Yes. Please. All defend. Cancel that. Enemy spotted.
Be careful.
It's nothing.
Retreat, enemy spotted. Group up.
Enemy spotted.
Okay.
Yes. Enemies have returned to base.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Oh, of course. Oh, what am I thinking, man? I wanted to just see if I could get a quick kill. Of course they're gonna run him from the jungle.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your titan is under attack.
Oh, that actually might be the difference maker between them being able to end. Unless, no. That's unfortunate that he went on the wrong target. Damn, man, I can't believe we lost this game. This game was so in our favor for the majority of it. Except for one stupid fire giant call that we just threw on. Tragic. I should have had Boar much earlier in this game, I think. I think that shit came out way too late, and I did the same thing in the last game. Not that I think it was the biggest difference maker, but I could have used that escapability a bit earlier. Was Pele aspect? I don't think so, but maybe. I don't think you can check it on the history, so I have no idea. You can go back to the VOD and check though, when I press tab. Somewhere. I think we just tried to force some really bad fights. We always end up losing those exchanges. Like, we play way better with the team comp we have if they're initiating on us and we can counter initiate, because we're basically full ranged. Like, we have Anubis solo and Morgan support. Unless Morgan turns into something that can frontline, we're just generally forced to respond. Our initiation is terrible. We have to look for Scylla 1s, Anubis 2s, or something like that, you know, to actually start a fight. And that's not really the most reliable way to start it. Hence my need for Boar earlier, because then maybe I could have tried to look for something. And then still get out with Boar, in case I fucked it up. Bit unfortunate in the end that my ult was also just wasted, because Sol just ages. Then my ult obviously just goes into the void. I don't know if I won a single Anubis game lately. That shit isn't working for me. It's completely fine for laning phases. It's just I can't fucking end on them. And I always die a lot when I play Anubis. Because I always seem to die for kills. It's always a 1-for-1 when I play that shit. That happened a lot this game too. I actually need to check. How much SR have I lost? Because I'm not fucking winning. Oh shit. I've lost 500 over the last few streams. Whoops. It's actually more than I thought. It's time to pull out all the stops. Go back to the winning gods. Granted, I don't really think it's because of what I'm playing, I guess. Maybe it's the lack of passion. It's not enough passion to win. I'll keep going today though until I get a win. Usually I would stop around this time because I gotta go make some food soon. But I need a win. So I'm not ending until then. I'll hold you to that. There is one exception. If I get someone on my team who starts inting because they just wanted me to keep playing, yeah, well, we're streaming. Then that doesn't count. Then I'm fucking leaving. Fuck that. I don't need Dutch to start inting my games now every time he gets on my team. I could easily see you and Fairly to do that shit. You get you guys on my team, you guys gonna pick fucking Gep jungle, and it's gonna be an experience. Then I'm never leaving. I do have a dog, so I do have a limit. If I didn't have a dog, maybe I could be a bit more loose with the whole thing, but I do actually have a time limit. I have to be responsible. Already do that? I'm sure you do. I think I will try and play a frontline in this next game, though. I'm not gonna go full tank, but I will play something that is actually a melee frontline character. I've had enough of mages for now. They don't work today. Ow. Fucking hell, there's fucking buildings everywhere in this shit. Clearly, you can feed on my enemy team against an Anubis the whole game and then still win late game because it doesn't fucking matter because all you need to do is win one single team fight. So, it's fine. Then that's what we do. Sure, I guess. Can I fucking get solo though? I'm not supporting again. And I don't jungle fairly, so don't even try. Why? Fuck, man. Hyris! Why are we being stupid about this fucking role bullshit? Huh? Even this guy, like, even this guy mains fucking solo, right? Why is he not playing a solo then? He's top, like, fucking nearly top pick. Fuck. I mean, I said I was gonna play frontline, but I take it back. I'm not doing that. I refuse. I'm playing Yemoja. That's what I'm doing. And sure as hell isn't gonna be a tank. I mean, Guana kills or Bellona are just boring, I think. And they don't work in the current meta. If you meet a mage, you're just gonna struggle. You can barely even fight back. That's what I hate about them right now. I think Guan, though, is fine. But Achilles and Bellona are... I think they're terrible in solo right now. Like, if you meet another frontline like Chalk, then yeah, sure. I mean, you can probably still make that work, but... It is... Yeah. Still boring. I will actually play as a frontline, but I will not build fully. No. No. If there's one thing I'm definitely not doing is jungling. It's not going to be an easy matchup into Sobek, though.
Yemoja.
Yemoja. Felly, man. Why are you picking Hunbuts against me? But you're picking Izanami jungle with me? Okay, I'm making a declaration here. Felly, if you get more than 10 deaths, I'm ending the stream. I'm just putting it out there, alright? If I see more than 10 deaths, I'm out. I'm gonna go make some burgers, and I'm not gonna be streaming anymore tonight. I can fucking tell you I'm not gonna play Smite tomorrow, alright? No more Smite. I'm done. Probably won't be streaming tomorrow either way, but...
Greetings.
Probably gonna need team beats this game, to be real with you. Fuck. It probably is...
Exemplary.
No, I don't want Chalice. But I think I will just go for some straight mana pots. Fuck it. I never fucking buy mana pots, but let's do it. I'm your mojo. It doesn't matter. Maybe more than anything else. Maybe I'll go Lifebinder. Oh, I should go Chronospinner first.
Wow, wow, wow.
Minions have spawned.
Wow, wow, wow.
Worked out.
Stay alert.
Completed. Take this jungle buff.
It's unfortunate. Mana diff.
Thanks. No problem. Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll attack right lane. Is ready. Attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Is there a reason why all the honors I've played with today just instantly keep, like, impaling? Just save it, man. Why are we impaling random shit?
Your middle tower.
Can we just wait for it until it's actually a good moment for it?
Attack right lane.
Yes.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing mid. Be careful. Enemy missing mid. Be careful.
Completed.
That is most unfortunate. Enemy ultimate down.
It does suck both of them have ways over my ult. Just means we have to bait out their escapes before I can really do it. He cancelled his ult? What the fuck, man? Why would he do that? I mean, obviously misclick, but still, that's so awkward. Subic was standing still too, there's no way he wouldn't have hit it. That's so tragic, man.
Enemies in middle lane.
Ultimate is ready.
Okay.
Ward here.
Guess I actually should go, Subic is already there.
Be careful. Enemies behind us. Enemies
Okay,
behind us.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The tide calls.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Stay alert.
Your left tower is under attack. Attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
You can see
Slain an enemy. Ooh.
the light.
Double kill. Oh, my ripping.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Vulcan show.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm not gonna zone or
Your
leech here.
middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're definitely setting up for gold. If they can win the fight up above, that's fine.
Enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
If my ult was up, that would have been nice, because I could have done a lot of like damage in return. So plugged. Maybe we can join him.
At last.
Awesome. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Stay alert.
Enemies at the gold fury. Unkind.
Enemy spotted.
Be still. Enemy spotted.
Be careful.
Didn't expect that shock. Is that selflessness? Dude, why does this item exist? Let's just give people a random shield whenever they get hit. Let's do that.
Has destroyed
That's
the
a great
pyramid.
idea.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury. Awesome. Your middle tower is under attack.
Emoji ult is such a long cooldown, man. Actually, not that bad anymore. It's unfortunate that he got hit by that. I was trying to ult him if he actually decided to do that, but he's just gonna jump over the wall anyway, so it would have been wasted, so... Fuck, man. It's so annoying. I just wish Felly didn't go fucking Izanami, man. I legitimately think we would have fucking won this game so easily if it wasn't because of Felly. Felly, why? I know you can hear me.
I foresaw this joke, and I still told it.
I'm gonna go team beats.
Enemy ultimate down.
Somehow got that. I'll take it.
Enemy has been slain.
Stay alert.
Okay.
Attack
Enemy missing middle.
I'm not just gonna hold on to my ult too much. I'll hold on to my ult. Oh my god, he jumped in.
The tide calls.
On my way. Be careful. Attack left lane. Attack left lane.
Thor, remove the wall!
Attack left lane.
Run, it is 1 HP.
Hasta la vista, amigo. The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Enemy
Your
ult
middle
is
tower is
down.
under attack. Attack! Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Kinda cooked. Fucked me a little bit that I didn't remove that wall. But whatever. Do I still just go Nemean? I think so. Overall, not a bad fight for us, but I think I could have been a little bit better.
Enemy missing middle.
At least I could have chased with him into the left. And then maybe we could have just won that fight so easily because I have shell. Not really sure what they fully died to, but... Didn't even see Sobek. Where did he come from?
Enemy ultimate down.
Most unfortunate.
Rain shall wash them away. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Feel my anguish. Enemies at the
I guess I kinda into that, but... I don't know. Not sure I really feel like we have that big of a chance anyway.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
But it's just doing whatever he wants this game. I mean, demonic games today makes it sound like it's only today. Because this is how all my streams have been lately, and that's a big reason why I don't enjoy the game. It's so unfun.
Enemy team has
Worst part about today is I keep getting fucking support, which just makes it worse. Get me out of this fucking role. If it wasn't for you taking the one game, I would have had it even more. I don't understand what the fuck is happening today. Stop giving me this fucking role. I hate it.
split push. I'm on it. I'll attack right lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Yes.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Completed.
Enemy spotted.
I'll attack right lane.
Enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Stay alert. Retreat left lane.
Goodbye. Enemies in right lane.
Enemy has been slain.
Be careful.
Enemy
left.
missing middle.
Enemy missing. Retreat.
Be right back.
Yes.
I really want to catch him. But he also has Shell, so like we have Thor. I know he's solo, but still. Like, we have Thor
Enemies at the fire giant.
into a Vulcan with Shell. Ah, I should have wards.
Be careful. Be right back. No problem. Enemies in the right jungle.
Ah, I've been slacking on wards lately. I gotta get some of those. Well, if he jumps to me, maybe I can help him.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down.
Be careful.
Right lane.
Enemy ultimate down.
Be right back.
Group up.
The tide calls. The darkness.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Reveal.
I'll attack left lane.
Stay alert. Not as soft as it
The
looks.
enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
Again.
Enemies in left
Maybe
lane.
once Thor joins fights, he is at least tanky, so maybe once he joins fights, there can be more room for me to actually get a good ult off. Because right now, when they always look at me, it's hard for me to get to wall them off or anything like that. Turrets and other spam garbage should be good. Yeah, I mean, if I get 1 gold, actually, I wouldn't be mind that. It shouldn't be too much, though. Because then it just becomes a thing of, like, why would you ever pick it? But yeah, sure. I wouldn't mind it giving, like, 1 gold or something. Because, like, it's pretty easy to remove in Smite. Like, you use 1 ability and that's about it. Late game, anyway. Early game, yeah.
The fire giant.
Clouded and cracked.
Clouded and cracked.
Enemies in left lane. Enemies have returned to base.
Be right back.
Be careful.
Retreat. You dare. Retreat.
Be careful.
The tide calls.
It's kind of huge that he's
Your
out.
right tower
I was
is
sure he
under
was done.
attack.
Enemies in left lane.
Niye de çıkıyorum? I find him mid.
Oh no, you gotta stop running up though. You gotta be behind me at least. Like, why is Honor so out of position, man? We need his damage so badly for these team fights. Dude, I'm spam pressing shell and that shit doesn't just fucking refuses to do anything. We should be getting a Phoenix, right? Surely? No?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I think honestly just go damage now. I don't see any point in going for anything else. So fuck it. Kind of Phoenix though, that's good. Overall I do think this was a good trade for us. Dude, even Soba gets 20. I need fucking level 20.
Be right back. Enemies in left lane. Enemies incoming. Be still. Be careful.
My blessing for you.
Fortunate.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Enemy missing. Save yourself.
Yes.
Enemies at the
No
fire
problem.
giant. Defend.
It's just... I don't know what's happening, man. What even happened in that fight? I'm so annoyed, because, like... We should be winning these fights, I feel like.
Your middle Phoenix.
I don't get it.
That was most unfortunate.
Phoenix has been destroyed.
I can't win. It's actually impossible to win today.
Titan is under attack.
He actually does negative damage.
Return to base.
Somehow, doesn't seem like they can end. Guess we still have 2 TSUs up.
team has destroyed the fire giant.
Stay alert.
20 would be very nice for my ult. But I don't really think I'm gonna get that chance. Maybe I am.
Enemies in right lane.
I need so little now.
I'll attack right lane. I'll attack left lane.
Retreat. Be careful. Enemy missing. Be careful left.
That's most unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Oh, I like this one.
Let's grab a sentry as well.
Most unfortunate.
I think I upgraded my starter, right? Yeah, I did. This game is just kind of boring. Like, I feel like I'm stuck playing Yamoja as support, and I obviously went hybrid, so I'm also not really that tanky. Granted, if I build full tank, I wouldn't be that tanky anyway.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Look at all this damage. Wow.
Your left tower is under attack.
Completed. Defend left lane.
Your left tower
Go
has been
where?
destroyed.
Until your next reflection.
That is most unfortunate.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
I mean, everything was used for me. Maybe we get one? Okay, I'll take that trade.
Exemplary.
They used so much shit from me in that fight. I should have probably beatsed. Did I even get hit by anything that I wanted to beat? Not really, no. It was just a lot of damage because of the Vulcan ult. What I should have pressed was Nemean, so at least he could take that to the face himself.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Yeah, I think we just got one Phoenix for this. I would say that's good.
Attack middle lane. Left lane.
Enjoy and have fun. Attack.
Just tank it up, Thor. And get out when you can. They're all back up.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy. Your team has destroyed a left enemy phoenix.
To base.
Has Failure done that disgusting build? No, he doesn't have Sunbeam.
Soft does it look?
On her, don't go first.
Be right back. Need healing.
That's nice.
Until you're
Let's group and we can do fire, I think.
Yeah, my ult's back up too.
I guess I'm just going for Titan. Surely someone comes.
You want to go for it alone?
Yeah, I got no gas.
Okay.
Attack fire giant.
Thor, can you tank fire?
on my way.
Volcan's gonna come in, careful.
Enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Tide calls. Retreat. Return to base.
Tag, no blink, no ult. You can end maybe. You got parry ult.
My ult's back up in 20.
No
Just
blink.
wait for that. Well, wait for minions.
No blink, no ult, Tag. Should be free. We also got dagger. Like, I think we just go in. Not on dagger. At the end. That's a good dagger. Oh, that's unlucky.
The fucking Phoenix has spawned and started healing it.
Yeah.
Question is, can they now end? This game is so ass. Oh, get me out. I need it to end. Dude, the Titan heals too fast. Is that just me? Am I the only one who actually thinks?
The cut was unkind.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I thought I pressed my Nemean though.
To be honest, they're so scared. They're not even pushing, so.
I was still hitting the Titan though, Thor. I just didn't have any cooldowns left.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh.
I guess I should wait for a 3k pot. It's a bit rough now though. We're one man down.
That is most unfortunate. Enemies in left.
Your left feet is under attack. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been
Vulcan's the worst for me here because I can't go in with Vulcan's turrets and shit. All just being there. It's so annoying.
Be careful. We need wards.
Yeah, they're left. They're placing robots around.
How the fuck are they?
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer.
That's all I needed.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Stay alert. Enemy missing. Farewell until your next reflection.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy phoenix.
Goodbye.
Until next time. The tide calls. Enemy spotted.
Leave no ult, so we're gonna blink.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Don't die for this though. I can just look for a steal, but we probably shouldn't fight this.
Well played, bro.
Retrieve the tide calls.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
This game is something special. I really hope we win it, so I don't have to keep playing today.
Be careful. Be careful.
That's one but ult. Attack ult.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Sucks. If Honor just didn't get greedy, he survives that. He got too greedy for the butt ult. Or for the butt kill. He played it well. Just unfortunate in the end. That the dark side won. Let's get another 3k pot.
Let them be dazzled.
Exemplary.
The waters brim in excitement. Enemy
I will
spotted.
ward.
Elegant and be still. Group up. Yes.
The pyromancer has arrived.
I don't come.
As it looks. Stay alert.
I missed the last one. That sucks, man.
Return to base.
What? I'm not even sure what happened. Who got one shot? Well, I know Well, I don't know how Gunter died. I guess
Your middle
that might have just been a straight up one shot
Your
by the
middle
Vulcan ult.
Phoenix has been destroyed.
Oh no, fairly.
Oops.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
That sucks. No, I have to keep playing after this game, man. Ah, fuck. We had this one for a little while. We really fucking had this one. How did Honor and Fairly die? I think I know how Fairly died. I have no idea how Honor died in the end. But it's funny that they have the exact same score. I kind of fucked up in the last team fight too. I missed my last two, which I would have killed bots. What the fuck is this, Thor? You know what, Thor? I will fucking remember your name. How the fuck can you go this long of a game without buying a single ward? That pisses me off. Alright? I will remember your trust issues. And I will fucking never give you a solo if I get the chance. That's the fucking reward for not buying any wards. I hate that. We had kind of shit vision throughout the whole game, and I kept buying wards as a result of it. Now I fucking know why. It's because Thor refuses to buy wards. And he didn't do shit with that fucking gold anyway. Did you now? I do have to set a time limit though. 8 is my time limit. That's when I have to leave. For dog reasons. But I'll play until then if I still haven't won. Which is probably around 2 games. I am tempted to say that if I get support again though, I will just stop. Because I don't want to fucking play support again. I'll be much more happy with it if I could trust solo to someone, you know? Like, if I know the solo laner, I'm fine with it. Even if I don't want to play support. But playing games like this, disgusting game, yes. I hated 95% of that game. For all the same reasons as you, probably. Like, the split pushing ended up working out in our favor, but it's really boring to play as the, I guess, a support in a game like that, because what the fuck am I supposed to do now? Like, your guys' comp are fucking boring to deal with. Like, Vulcan self-peel so big with 1,000,000 peels, bots just constantly fucking TPing around, killing my whole team. Like, there's nothing I can do about this shit. I think I could have killed you or the Neath very easily by myself if I ever had a chance to go in, but Thor never initiated, so I was kind of forced to try and do something. It was just overall really fucking annoying to play. It's a very boring game. But that's how all my games have been today. I hate it. That one was kind of special, though. That was a special one. And I can't believe we almost had we actually almost won this game, but people just weren't able to stay back and not die. It did feel like... Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm just gonna stop talking, actually. Otherwise, I'm gonna start saying something mean. I don't want to do that. It's the hunger talking. I'm just getting hungry now. I also gotta turn some light, so give me a second, boys. No, you can stay in your jungle, trust issues. I have nothing personal against you, I am mostly joking. But I am absolutely not giving you solo again. I'm saying again. It's not like it was a choice. Okay, I actually gotta try and win this shit. So what the fuck do I play then? I actually don't know. Because I've been losing on everything, that at this point I don't even know what would be my winning pick here. What do I try hard with? Who fucking knows? Maybe nothing? Because everything sucks? Like, I'm looking at Hades and I'm thinking, well, now they picked it anyway, but I always lose with Hades. Oh, something always happens that I end up losing the game. It's very often that it's a 10-minute surrender when I pick Hades. Then picking Hades kind of makes it easier for me, though. At least in that I can pick something that could be slightly tanky against it. Might be a Hercules game. I haven't done a Herc in a while. Yeah, fuck it. It's not like I'm winning on anything specific. Just do Herc. Yes, they picked Rama. Maybe there's a chance. Yes. I will say though, the only reason why Rama can still be good right now is because of Lenient Bow. Or Lenient Bow. It's just, that item makes you good, no matter what, as long as you build it and you have the crit necessary to utilize the item. I literally met a Susano playing full crit, and he just had that shit. He would pull you into the Lenient Bow. Like, what are you even doing? If we're building these items on someone like Susano, I think it's time to nerf the item. Oops. Alright. What do we got? Somewhat even, I guess. They have a scary comp. I think I'm gonna do Aegis, actually. Neath old, Hades old, Susano, Rama. I'm feeling like I need stuff to defend myself with. Hercules. Felt like playing it for a little while. Haven't done enough Hercules lately. Probably just because he's kind of shit. But he's still fun. Once you get past the early game. It's kind of terrible to play and miserable pre-level, like, 7. Or just pre-first item. I can imagine Dodge is tryharding his absolute ass off because I said what I said. It's gonna make sure that I'm not gonna win. I gotta win eventually, though, surely. Meeting Herox and Simsos and all those boys, kind of rough though. That being said, we definitely should have won at least one of the games today. Don't think I got the small ones, unfortunately. Aegis clutch.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I don't need to go pick up my blue. Then I can actually just stick around. Even more so if I get a Warhorn.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
If own Thors, why can't you remove your fucking walls? Why is it so hard to press the ability again? He just dies there then. I might be losing it, guys. I might fucking be losing it. Why is it so difficult to press the ability again? Huh?
Your right tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
Man, I'm still thinking about it. I'm so pissed.
Retreat! Enemy missing middle!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted! It cannot be helped!
The fuck do you mean? Just wait. Motherfucker, that shit was there for at least 2 seconds and it wasn't removed. At that point, I'm gonna assume he's not gonna remove it, so I'm just gonna fucking try anyway. And hope the hitbox hits it. Did it buff Aegis? No, not really.
Enemy spotted!
Aegis is just good. They never really left. It just comes and goes when like other actives become better. Like right now, Shell is still just generally the best. Shell's just stupid. Erosion didn't make a difference.
Enemy missing right! Enemy ultimate incoming! Be right back.
Ah, fuck, wrong.
Ally has been slain. Oh, you move like a jaguar. An enemy has been slain. Very strong.
Of course. Of course he is. So just go full cooldown. Herg isn't really fun otherwise. Bye blue buff. Bye wave. Bye lead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
It's back again, I guess. At least I have TP this time.
Awesome.
Didn't really get a kill, so in terms of XP, that was not worth it for me, but it's just good for us overall.
Your right tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
Thank you.
Enemy missing middle!
At least it's just up from here. It's gonna be good once I finish Genji's. Won't help into Susano though.
Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ta-ta. Enemies incoming. Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful. The pyromancer has arrived.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Enemy spotted. I'm on my way.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain.
There's only one champion.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Just back off.
Your middle tower is under attack.
After these items, I'll go for some more damage. Right now, it's just a little bit of defense. Hades is gonna TP behind.
Be right back. Behind us.
Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Fabuloso. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
It's fucking walls, man. Ymir is so fucking boring to deal with. Fucking hell.
Yes, yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
That is insane. But he actually gets out of that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Walls just really fucks us this game.
Enemy missing left.
Well, I guess specifically just me and Ra. There's 4 people here, man? Like, why? Why would there be 4 people here?
It rains and pours.
Why did Bacchus TP? Oh my god. It's tough though. Like I know these guys are just all sitting in fucking comms.
Enemy tower.
Like the chance of winning this is low as fuck. I guess no more fighting, cause they just fucking 5-man rotate on us. Today has been incredibly unfun with stuff like that. Like teams, especially today, seem to just heavily be out-rotating mine. We just don't have any map control. But a lot of that does come from jungles, like from junglers. And Herox has been in a lot of my games today. And he will just automatically win against most, as he is just one of the best junglers in the EU.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
Let's see snow beats.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'm on my way.
Double kill. Immortal. Like me. You got thunderstruck.
What do I go for as a first item? Probably brawlers, because I hate these actually. I would have liked to go for something else. I mean, we got the biggest one though. Got a big shutdown. Aspect on her. That's interesting. What do you lose from the aspect again? Yeah, no longer debuff, so like you no longer get pen out of the sand, right? That doesn't feel like a good trade. You'll get attack speed with the current items in the game, but that debuff is so nice for tanks. Granted, I guess it depends actually, because if you only have one tank, I guess the other one actually might be better.
Enemy missing right.
A splendid battle indeed. Enemy missing middle. Ta-ta.
Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
I just don't understand how this can always happen.
Is under attack.
Well, right now it is a huge
I
support.
couldn't agree more, to be honest with you. Yeah, come the fuck over here sometimes, though.
Your left tower is under attack.
Killing Hades isn't worth it anyway. He's gonna be there for late game no matter what we do. It just sucks. I'm so far behind as a result of it.
Your right tower is under attack.
It really sucks because we are winning the 2v1s for the most part. Or the 2v2s, I should say. But there's always someone else that shows up. It's so fucking annoying. And even the 1v1s, like I can take Hades, but Herox is licking his butthole every time I fucking try to, so I don't want to be here anymore. And I know he's fucking here already. There's no fucking way Susano isn't already here.
The rain shall wash them away.
Oh, you may just go and just block him off. Block him off.
Hades might
Block
TP
him,
below,
block him, block
guys.
him. Thank you.
Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
They might TP, you should probably get out.
Sorry, what's that you say, sorry?
They might TP, you should probably get out.
Destroy the right enemy tower.
I don't think he's hearing me. Yeah, I mean, I did tell you like 3 times, buddy. Sure, just backed because I knew they were TPing over. Like, I don't know if my mic is shit in game or some shit, but fucking hell, man. Why are we staying with fucking 20% HP when you literally just got ganged in your own lane and then TP'd over? Why wouldn't they follow? Am I crazy for thinking that? Maybe I'll try Serrated. It was my own fault for trying to help him out, though. When I fucking know that was not a good idea.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Just once again, it just feels like my teammates lack the brain power that the enemy team has. It's so annoying. It's been like this all day. Except for a very few amount of games. And as a result, there's just no team play. It's super awkward.
Enemy has been slain. Very strong. Oh, fire-rific.
I went for a desperate play. It's weird how tanky everyone feels when they have Fire Giant, but I think it's just because we're so far behind. Well, looks like I'm gonna try again next game.
Your left tower is under attack.
This is the biggest loss streak I've had since Smite 1. No, it happened once in Smite 2, never mind. Like, what is he? He's not pressing any buttons, man. I don't understand.
Your left tower is under attack.
Attack right lane. Now. Okay.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
No way we can defend this without Thor.
What the fuck? Got like a weird knock up, I couldn't fucking use my one. Yeah. Whatever, man. I'm taking fucking speed. Alright. It's going fine. Like, they went weird end for the Phoenix there. I just gotta wait for CDs. I can start pulling people in. There is something weird though. Let me try and do it again. Sometimes it's like if I press too fast, my 1 doesn't go off after I press my 2. That's what I've noticed twice now. Which is a little awkward, as that is my best tool.
I'm on my way. Cancel that. I'll defend.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Careful in the jungle.
Do you want to fight it or?
Huge. I'm surprised we actually got Susano there. I did a lot of damage, but I also ended up using my abilities a lot.
No, don't fight, bro. I'm just coming in case you get caught. Be careful.
Kind of want more cooldown. I'm tempted to go Erendite just for chaseability. Oh, Bonkers is done. As long as he doesn't jump prematurely, he should be good. Alright, he's good. It's either that or Hydras or something like that. Yeah, fuck it. I kind of want that chase ability. No, I already regret that. Can I buy you instead? I can't, thank God. I just want cooldown. You're big Dundum and you need help. I think it's brawlers, but unsure. What is the red effect that is around you every now and then? The red effect? Maybe I haven't noticed, but yeah, you're probably right. It's probably brawlers. Unless you mean this, then it's my 3. And that's just because of the skin. I guess I haven't noticed it much. It could also be my...
That's Hades ult. Hades beads. Beneath ult. That's it might have actually, but I think it was his ult.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Enemy spotted. Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle. Allies are slain.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
So tempted just to throw a boulder.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Tragic. I wanted to try and get my passive up with that.
No, he's running away. Running up to the purple.
The rain shall wash them away.
Be careful. Retreat.
I will be right back.
No, just full
That's
chasing
me,
him.
so you may as Cersei's Hexstone. I'm dead as fuck to Zeus, no problem.
Enemy
Get the dagger, get the dagger, dagger!
fabuloso. The rain shall wash them away. An enemy has been slain. Get it, Shaka! Get it? Awesome.
Destroyed a left enemy tower.
Attack the Titan.
Okay.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
The rain shall wash them away.
I can end the stream. I can end the stream.
Victory.
Let's put one laugh out there. Like, despite all of the terrible games that has been today, if I really wasn't actually enjoying streaming, I obviously wouldn't be doing it. But this game was definitely something. Well, all the games today have been unique in their own way, I think. Turns out all I had to do was stop tryharding and just play Hercules. That's great. Actually, it was a lot of fun. I do enjoy Hercules right now, because you aren't dealing with tanks all that much. And he's definitely way better into backliners, because he plays more like an assassin in Smite 2. Alright. Let's see. How many did I lose before I won? There was one win in the middle, but... Oh, my SR. My poor SR. This isn't even all of it. Actually, wait. Where's the rest of it? Oh, okay, never mind. I just didn't scroll all the way up. I know wins... Like, I don't play to win. I play to have fun. But eventually it will hit you when you lose too much. So thank you, Dutch. I needed this win. I owe it to you, buddy. Anyway, guys. I'm off. So I can make some food. And play something else. I'm done for today. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow, though. Tomorrow doesn't fit me very well. But maybe I'll do a shorter stream, and then I'll just be back on Monday or Tuesday, as usual. But yeah, I don't really have a schedule, so I mean I'll be there when I'm there, you know. But thank you guys.